Greetings, travelers. Welcome again. I had to restart my internet. I think something was hijacking it a little bit. But welcome to these very peculiar and strange Bible study devotionals, as well as BMX flatland learning. We're more into the realms of flatland. I do write other things as well, but because of some injuries, we are particularly learning the deeper aspects of the flatland realm, where we can ride in this 15 by 15 square foot area. And this is, I think, one of the greatest strengths about flatland BMX, is that you can learn this stuff in very minimal quarters. There are some pros I've been seeing, and they actually practiced a lot in 5 by 7 foot, or actually even smaller. Even some, I've even seen some that do it in like a 5 by 5 square. And I'm actually curious what the longest combo has been done in the most narrowest little area. And it's just crazy to me. And what's also crazy about flatland is that there are so many tricks that we can lift our hands up to the Lord and even make almost in some weird way the sign of the cross in some aspect, right? And there's so many no-handed tricks in the flatland realm. But anyway, we can be here, and let's try to peer into God's word. Maybe we can learn some, maybe there's something new that'll pop out today, or just something of remembrance, or maybe we can even just hopefully remember a verse, even if it's just one single verse. Maybe we can remember one more word that will help us on our journey into the lands of planting seeds of faith and watering people's seeds of faith. And by the way, I do apologize if I am saying anything wrong. I honestly don't even know if I'm doing these Bible studies correctly, but we're just looking up verses, we're reading commentaries, we're trying to meditate on the scriptures, and I honestly don't think I'm getting it right all the time. So please take my words with a grain of salt. I can't edit these things out, but at least we can try to give glory to the Lord of Lords and the King of Kings, even just a little bit, or just even attempt to, right? Or even to attempt to try and even just consider any sort of first fruits to the Lord, right? Okay, so hopefully the internet doesn't cut out right now, but let us get into it. We're going to get into Hebrews 3:13. So if you have your Bibles, by the way, I do really like these pocket Bibles because they're just so portable and you can just have the word with you. I know you can have it on the phone as well, but for some reason I just feel like just reading it from just an actual physical book, there's just such a different element to it. I just like there's a visceral sense of just turning the pages and being able to underline it with all sorts of different types of pencils, or it's just, I just find it very interesting, right? But yeah, we're gonna actually look into this verse right here, because I'm actually not quite sure what exhorting means. And I know it means like in some weird way of a sense of encouragement, but this verse is standing out to me today in particular. It says, "But exhort one another every day, as long as it is called today, that none of you may be hardened by the deceitfulness of sin." Not interesting, right? Now, what does that really mean? That's what I'm wondering, right? I guess we could read, let's just read this chapter up in here. We'll read chapter 3 of Hebrews 3. And let's just read it from the top. Let's see here. Maybe we'll get a bit more of a context about it, right? "Therefore, holy brothers, you who share in a heavenly calling, consider Jesus the apostle and high priest of our confession, who was faithful to him who appointed him, just as Moses also was faithful in God's house. For Jesus had been counted worthy more glory than Moses, as much more glory as the builder of a house has more honor than the house itself. For every house is built by someone, but the builder of all things is God. Now Moses was faithful in all God's house as a servant, to testify to the things that were to be spoken later. But Jesus is faithful over God's house as a son. And we are his house, if indeed we hold fast our confidence in our boasting and our hope. What does that mean, that we are his house? I'm wondering if that just means like we are like, I mean, I guess what, are we supposed to be the temple of the Holy Spirit lives in us? I think that's what it kind of means, right? I might be wrong on that. Take that with a grain of salt, but I guess maybe because maybe the believers itself are the church or in some degree. Anyway, let's keep going. That's not the verse we're trying to cover. Therefore, as the Holy Spirit says, today, if you hear his voice, do not harden your hearts as in the rebellion on the day of testing in the wilderness, where your fathers put me to the test and saw my works for 40 years. Therefore, I was provoked with that generation and said, they always go astray in their heart. They have not known my ways. As I swore in my wrath, they shall not enter my rest. Take care, brothers, lest there be in any of you an evil, unbelieving heart, leading you to fall away from the living God. But exhort one another every day as long as it is called today, that none of you may be hardened by the deceitfulness of sin. For we have come to share in Christ, if indeed we hold our original confidence firm to the end. As it is said, today you hear his voice, and do not harden your hearts, as in the rebellion. For who were those who heard and yet rebelled? Was it not those who left Egypt led by Moses? And with whom was he provoked for 40 years? Was it not those who sinned, whose body fell in the wilderness? And to whom did he swear that they would not enter his rest, but to those who were disobedient? So we see that they were unable to enter because of unbelief. Interesting, right? Now it's weird because I feel like this verse right here, it's just very strange that it says that, right? Like, are we still, what I'm wondering, are we still to do this? Because I know it's bringing up like the Old Testament about Moses in the wilderness for 40 years, right? That is a wild story, even thinking about it and thinking about how God was providing for them in the wilderness. Now it's kind of weird because I have been hearing from many, actually you'll hear this from many pastors, I think from multiple denominations, because I have looked up some sermons on, wilderness seasons, and many believers will actually bring up this word, wilderness seasons, right? And a lot of believers that I've been noticing, they'll bring it up in this connotation of not necessarily us at the moment, like we're gonna just go out and live in the wilds, right? But a wilderness season, from my understanding from many other believers, is that a wilderness season could even be a season of any sort of lack in your life. Like any sort of lack. It doesn't have to be just like, us living in the wilds like physically, right? But it could be what is lacking in your life. Like, what do you think is lacking in your life? Maybe you are going through a subtle wilderness season. And what's interesting thinking about the wilderness for me personally is that at the time when Moses was leading the Israelites out into the wilderness for 40 years, right, they actually wanted to be back in captivity. And I think that is a very interesting aspect, right? And it almost kind of makes me think, imagine if you, it's almost like being like, imagine if you were enslaved, right? And you were going to be freed out, right? But you wanted to be actually enslaved again, right? And I'm actually wondering how this mindset actually still occurs to us in today's age, right? But I'm not really quite sure on that, but we're going to look up some commentaries on what does it mean to, what does that mean? How do we even do that? How are we to exhort one another every day, right? I just don't, are we supposed to just maybe just give people words of encouragement? Are we supposed to just, I don't know, right? I'm just wondering, because it's weird because, let me just underline it. Actually, I don't have my pen out here. I should have my pen, but I don't have my pen out here. But it says, what's weird to me about this verse is that it says today. Exhort one another every day, as long as it is called today. And I just kind of think, as long as it is called today, isn't just every day called today? So it's just like, are we just supposed to be encouraging one another every single? I mean, I guess that's what that verse kind of means. But I'm just curious to see what other commentaries are going to go into that, or just how do we even go about doing that, right? Because I have been hearing from many other believers is that there is this lack of fellowship that's starting to occur. I mean, I've been hearing other believers bring it up, and it's very strange that people would say that, right? And I understand that, and I'm wondering if it has something to do with maybe the awkwardness of fellowship, right? Because I know what I have been hearing from believers my age is that sometimes they feel alienated from the church because people that are fellowshipping, they're kind of maybe way older than them, and they kind of don't feel like there's any sort of connection because, and I'm actually wondering if it has anything to do with our school system at the moment, right? Because if you look into our school system, what starts happening, right? We all get put in and thrown in at our own age range, right? No matter what age you are, you get thrown into all of the other kids your own age range that kind of live by you, right? Now, imagine if church was like that. Imagine if church was just like you get thrown in at that a particular age and you're just all in there together, right? And church isn't really like that, right? But I find it interesting because I've been hearing that there is a lack of, well, maybe not, I guess it depends on where you live, and it depends on what churches you're surrounded by, even if you go to church or anything like that. But I think there is this strange lack of true fellowship, right? And is there even a fellowship where we could even encourage one another daily? That's what I'm truly thinking about, because what I hear about what a lot of people is, they're like, oh, I just go to church on Sunday, and that's kind of, that's what we're going to do, right? But how crazy would it be if the Lord, created some sort of grand technology to where we could encourage one another daily? I think that would be really cool to utilize, right? Creative Fit, oh man, I apologize, I haven't been looking at the chat. Creative Fit, yo, and Priceless, bro. Dude, Priceless, I haven't seen you in forever. How you been, man? You been good, dude? I haven't seen you stream in a long time, bro. You good, bro? I'm still trying to do these awkward Bible studies, man, and oh man, I always feel like after I just take even just a day break from doing these Bible studies, I kind of just lose my my umph about it. It's very interesting, man, and I feel like even just today, my words just seem slower. Like it just seems like my brain's not firing off as fast as I would like, right? Creative Fit, trying to stay soft and squishy. Awkward, really. Yeah, man, I've been good. Next week, I'll be finally done with fun. Oh, dude, that's awesome, man. I'm glad, dude. Keep trying your best, man, and just just harness all of your energy. Just think about anything that's just driving your energy away, and just put it all into that focused thing that you want, right? And I honestly, dude, it's so crazy that, it's weird because even just it's so weird when someone will type something and it just makes me think of so many other things in my mind, right? Now, I have been hearing this thing, it's called intermittent boredom. It sounds really weird because you think, oh, intermittent fasting. I think, most people that are working out and stuff like that, they're like, oh, have you tried intermittent fasting? But actually, I've been hearing this thing and it's called intermittent boredom. And the thing is that, what they were bringing up is, how there's many aspects in our life that is boring? Well, the thing is what if we were to take on those aspects of boredom, and what if you were, say, you needed to focus on something that was boring, right? And imagine, okay, so check this out, right? So imagine you had a task that was, say, maybe not fully boring, but you weren't fully engaged in, right? And then say you got a task and it was completely fun. It gave you a bunch of dopamine. It gave you a bunch of just drive and energy to do it, right? Well, the thing is that what this guy was saying is that many times if we were to maybe even harness some sort of our boring aspects of our life, sometimes we can even make those things that might not seem that enjoyable even more fun, because we're kind of getting more bored from other things, and it makes that thing more engaging. I probably don't make any sense. I don't know too much about it, But it's actually very interesting to me because I'm like, man, it's so interesting because it kind of makes me think about your energy levels, right? Like, or just maybe like your energy levels or what's giving you dopamine or what's giving you like motivation to do something. And if you were to kind of like harness that energy, maybe you can just put more energy and more like fervency and just passion into something that might even be boring. And that's a very hard thing to do, actually. And also, when I think about it, it's actually very interesting because I talk to other people, and they're like, "Oh, well, you know, but I would like to read the Bible, but like, man, like the Bible's boring and all this stuff. I don't like reading and stuff like that." You know, the thing is, I would have said the same thing, right? You know, if I was, because I have talked to some people and they told me like reading, they think reading's boring. Like, oh, like why do I want to read it? Like, it just seems like a waste of time or something like that, right? Now, in some cases, I actually used to think like that. And that's the funny thing, is I actually used to think like that because I used to not even be into reading, right? But the thing what's really weird about it is I start thinking about it is that maybe if we were to put something that people think is boring, but then tie it into something that you think is fun, right? Like say we're like, just take this for example, right? We're doing the Bible study and then I'm just going to go ride my bike right after, right? But since we're just trying to tie these two things together, I honestly think it's gotten to this point where when I do a Bible study, I inherently think it's going to be fun. And it sounds weird because if I were to bring this up to most people, because some people I talk to, even my age, are like, "Oh man, dude, the Bible studies drain me. They're just boring. Like I can't stay focused." And I'm just like, man, I don't know. Maybe we need to tie things in. Maybe, and it doesn't have to necessarily be like bike riding. I honestly think maybe even tying something like where you're doing something mentally taxing and then doing something physically taxing. And then maybe kind of like, maybe it like brings in the mind and body and soul, and it kind of like, it creates this thing where we can kind of make it more important to us as a person. I really don't know what I'm talking about, but hopefully it makes some sort of sense. Let's see here. I signed up for a 60K to drive my ambition even more. Man, a 60K, dude, that's gnarly, bro. Yeah, I hope your running's going good, man. I know there's that one. I know there's this verse. It says like we should like run the race or something. It's kind of funny because I know a lot of athletes like think about these verses in the scriptures, but it says like running the race. If you just put that running the race Bible verse, there's a verse that goes into that. It's kind of funny because I actually used to know a bunch of believers that were actually like into like running and like track and stuff like that, right? I don't know about you, but I've met a lot. It's kind of funny, and I think it's because of this verse right here. If you literally just put in running the race Bible verse, you know, if you even bring up this verse to most believers, they probably heard it. But let's read it aloud. Hebrews 12:1. Therefore, since we are surrounded by so great a cloud of witnesses, let us also lay aside every weight and sin which clings so closely, and let us run with endurance the race that is set before us. Man, even thinking about that, and I know I sound crazy, I probably do sound crazy, but dude, even that Hebrews 12:1, it kind of even makes me think about what I was just talking about, you know? Like, if we were, what is weighing us down, right? Like, if we were to lay aside every single weight in our life, right? So we can run with more endurance, right? Because, you know, I guess that's kind of a strange thing, is like, now I think about it, is what is kind of weighing us down, right? Is it, and I honestly think for me personally, what weighs me down is my emotions, right? Anxiety and worry would weigh me down. Depression and sadness would weigh me down. Jealousy and envy would weigh me down. You know, being frustrated or angry would weigh me down. You know, these emotions, I feel, weigh a lot of people down. And you know what's so crazy thinking about that is that this isn't just like a physical weight. This is like mental taxation. Like, imagine you trying to become the strongest version of yourself, right? And you were being taxed out by these emotions, right? Unintentionally. You might not even know you're getting taxed out by these emotions. And I honestly think if we were to somehow just gain some fortitude from these emotions, we can maybe run with more endurance some things that, you know, might be more important to us. Like carb cycling, pizza while riding. Huh, interesting. I mean, I thought I heard about like carb loading. I don't know, like, have you guys heard about that? It's like carb loading. I don't know. I've never really tried it, but like, let's see here. In high school, we would all pray together after the run and give blessings. Oh, that's awesome, man. Yeah. Yeah, right. You know, it's so interesting thinking about running, especially in the human aspect, right? Because I'm pretty sure I've heard somewhere where like this is one of the big aspects about humans in general is that can't we just run faster than most or not? We can't run faster, but we can run longer. We can run longer than most animals because we can like sweaters. I think that's what it is. I don't really know exactly what it is, but I know that this is what made us like crazy like hunters in the wilds, right? Because we were just able to just run so long that we would just tire the animal out, and then they would just basically and then we could go hunting and getting food, right? It's crazy to think about that. I mean, I might be wrong on that, so take that with a big grain of salt, but I have heard that somewhere. Okay, let's see here. Let's look at Hebrews 13:3 commentary. Hebrews 13:3 commentary. What are these commentaries going to say? We have some humans running 240-mile races in 2 to 3 days. Absolutely, yeah, that is insane, bro. That is crazy, bro. Like, so I know, like, within, like, the road biking scene, I'm pretty sure it's, like, 100 miles a day or something like that. That's, like, almost as much as, like, riding a bike. I don't know, like, in terms of, like, the Tour de France guys or, like, the gnarly, like, long-distance bike riders. I actually don't know how many miles. I think it's, like, 100 and... I don't know their average mile thing a day. But, man, how crazy would that be, bro? Like, it'd be so cool to, like... I have been seeing some, because I do watch other forms of bike riding. I really like BMX riding for the most part, but I do watch like mountain biking and road biking and other forms of bike riding, right? But what's actually very interesting is there's actually these bike riders called bike packers, right? And they basically have like, it's basically like camping, but you're just like riding your bike, right? And what's crazy is that some of these bike packers, they do like these around the world like things where they ride around like, or they'll like ride around the US, or they'll ride from like Canada all the way down to South America. And it looks so fun, dude, because like you're just going on it and it just seems like this crazy like backpacking trip, man. I would love to do that. That'd be so fun. I mean, maybe when I get older I might do that, but man, that would be such a trip, dude. And how crazy would it be if you could like live stream the entire thing, man? That'd be wild. Okay, let's see. Let's read a commentary on this. We're going to read some Bible Hub commentaries on this one. Oh, wait. I totally wrote that verse wrong. I was like, why is that verse not coming up? Okay, so it's Hebrews 3:13. 3:13, not 13:3. I'm wondering if, like, there are runners that do that. I wonder if there's, like, some sort of, like, running bike, like, backpacking thing. Okay, oh, here's a good one. I haven't even looked at this one. So we're going to read this commentary right here. How are we to exhort one another daily? Hebrews 3:13. Now, what do you guys think about this verse? I'm wondering, like, what are ways we can encourage people, right? You know, because when I first think about it, I think about, giving somebody a compliment, just telling somebody, being like, dude, keep going. Like, you got this. I honestly feel like even if I get a comment with just somebody, and how long does that literally could take 20 seconds to write. Keep it up, dude. Keep it up. Just even that, keep it up, dude. Every time I just even get a comment like that, I'm like, okay, let's keep going. Even because sometimes like what, like when you're like doing something and it just feels like you're just going nowhere, or you're just like spinning your wheels over and over and over again. I just feel like even just a little umph of just somebody's words will be like, it just kind of gives you that little like energy boost to kind of keep going, right? Like, okay, let's do this, right? You gotta have a lot of money and time. Yeah, that stuff is definitely crazy for sure. There's even this one dude, his name's Chad Caruso. He actually did a skateboard trip. He skateboarded from Venice Beach, California, all the way to Venice, South Carolina, or something like that. Insane, bro. It's so crazy to think about. And I think he was clocking in at 100 miles a day. But it's crazy, super crazy, man. Okay, let's read this. Let's actually just look up first before I look this up. Let's look up the exhort definition in the biblical definition. Exhort biblical definition. Let's see here. First things that come up is
of encourage is exhort. That definition adds more emphasis. Exhort is defined strongly encourage or urge someone. Dude, so we're actually called to do that every single day then. We're called to strongly encourage, which I'm kind of curious. Are we just strongly to encourage other believers? Are we strongly to encourage just anybody, right? It's like it doesn't really like go into that like what does that really mean honestly, right? Let's see, what is this one going to say? Greek word translated exhortation, paraklesis, signifies originally a calling near or for, as an advocator or helper who should appeal of one's. What is this going to say? Let's see here. Griefit says, I think about hearing and seeing someone. Words seem to have more weight when someone seems to focus on who you are. You know, that is very true, right? I'm actually wondering it. It sounds weird, but I'm actually, because you know what's weird about like streaming is that what's weird about streaming is we actually have the ability to like talk in, I mean, I think there is a 1 second delay, but in some cases there is this ability where we can listen, or just listen to just someone's opinion. And I think sometimes that gets glossed over with many Bible studies. If you look up, if you type in just Bible study devotion on YouTube, right? Many times it's not people asking the person a question. It's generally them just being like, it's almost kind of like them just reading a commentary and you just listen to the commentary that's being spoken. But I think what's really interesting about this whole streaming technology that we have is not only can we read a commentary and ponder about it, but also you can ponder about it with other people in real time, right? And I find that just it's just so interesting to me, right? And I'm wondering if there's a level of that, of how we can maybe, I don't know, it's just weird thinking about it. Okay, so we're going to read this commentary. Let's see if I've even covered anything about it. I've literally tried to think about all the things that I could about, maybe not all the things that I could, but I've really tried to meditate on what does this really mean, right? And I actually find it very interesting because I like actually seeing where I get wrong now. I like actually looking at verses and what do I personally think about this verse, right? And then I like reading a bunch of commentaries and being like, oh, okay, well, I totally got that wrong. My bad, dude. But that's what I thought in the beginning, right? And sometimes I wonder if there is a level of humility in that, right? Of being like, okay, I got that wrong. My bad. But you can see where I got it wrong, right? And hopefully we can all learn from something like that, right? How are we to exhort one another daily? Let's read this. There are no Lone Ranger Christians in the body of Christ. All believers have the responsibility to encourage one another daily. Beware, brethren, lest there be any of you an evil heart of unbelief in departing from the living God, but exhort one another daily, while it is called today, lest any of you be hardened by the deceitfulness of sin. Hebrews 3:12-13, New King James Version. In the original language, the verb translated exhorts in Hebrews 3:13 means to earnestly support or encourage a response or action. That's weird. So that's kind of, now if we were to just take that, like the original language verb of that, I mean, they're bringing up to encourage a response or action. A response or action, right? Now I'm wondering, like, that's kind of weird because sometimes, I'm like really thinking about that, right? That's very odd. It comes from the Greek noun paraklesis, which refers to the calling of someone alongside to help or encourage. The word is related to the name Jesus gave to the Holy Spirit, parchelete, which means helper. The Apostle Paul uses the same Greek word in 1 Thessalonians 5:11. So encourage each other and build each other up just as you are doing. As Christians, we are called to develop close relationships, walking beside one another, strengthening each other in the faith, and encouraging continued spiritual growth. Christian exhortation carries the idea of stirring or motivating fellow believers to action. See Romans 12:1-2. Dude, is that the verse that we... Oh, wait, no, it's not. Okay. One of the primary ways we can exhort one another daily is through real life, one-on-one, rubber meets the road. It's kind of funny that it says that. Let's read it's so funny that they actually said that right there. One of the primary ways we can exhort one another daily is through real life, one-on-one, rubber meets the road, involvement in each other's life. But it's kind of weird because if we're called to do this every single day, I just feel like I don't know. I don't know. Like if I were to ask, I think most people in churches, especially my age, I feel like they don't feel that. Like there isn't that sense. I mean, maybe just people are too busy or something like that, right? But it's like, I feel like that there's this sense of this fellowship that is kind of getting lost, right? And it's kind of like now it's almost like now we consider just going to church on Sunday like that is the fellowship, like that's the only fellowship we really need. Whereas this verse is saying that this is something that we should be doing as long as it is called today, right? But I think there's something kind of awkward about that, right? It's just weird, right? Thinking about it. Thinking about encouragement. Jamie, you would be a great mentor to energetic young guys. Verse, if you would just slow down, then would be great. Yada, yada. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? It's very strange. And sometimes I think about encouragement is even seeing somebody just failing, like when you see that, like, because, imagine, I feel like sometimes if I were to just imagine, so like how we do these streams and stuff, and I'll like land some clip, I'll like literally, I have like an average where I can get maybe 2 or 3 clips every single stream, right? Now the thing is I feel like I'm wondering is, for me personally, it's like when I see someone behind the scenes and seeing how much they fail, sometimes that encourages me because I'm like, oh, well, I could maybe learn that, right? They're not totally perfect. Like, I can maybe do that, right? And I'm wondering if that kind of can encourage people, is just maybe even seeing our faults. And you know what? That's actually really funny because it's actually making me think of this other verse. It's actually making me think of a combo about God is glorified in our weaknesses, right? Dude, oh, that's so funny. Let's actually look that verse up. God is glorified in our weaknesses. That is 2 Corinthians 12:9. But he said to me, my grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness. Therefore I will boast all the more gladly of my weaknesses, so that the power of Christ may rest upon me. That's very interesting. Okay, let's keep going. Let's see, what else are they going to bring up? One of the primary ways we can exhort one another daily... Oh, wait, I just read that. And let us consider how we may spur one another on toward love and good deeds, not giving up meeting together, as some are in the habit of doing, but encouraging one another, and all the more as you see the day approaching. Hebrews 10:24-25. We can't exhort one another daily if we aren't in daily fellowship with other believers. Paul prayed for an opportunity to see... it's so funny that they say that right there. I just feel like, how crazy would it be? Like, if just... Man, sometimes I wonder, dude, how crazy... Like, imagine this. How crazy would it be, man? Imagine if just, like, every believer just started streaming or something like that, right? Or like any believer that had a phone or something like that. I'm honestly curious, would this help to encourage other believers, or would it just negate more believers, right? Because I honestly feel like it would encourage more believers, but I don't know, right? Paul prayed for an opportunity to see the believers in Rome, writing, "For I long to visit you, so I can bring you some spiritual gift that will help you grow strong in the Lord. When we get together, I want to encourage you in your faith, but I also want to be encouraged by yours." Romans 1:11-12. Mutual exhortation is the main purpose of Christian fellowship. 1 Thessalonians 2:11-12 and 1 Timothy 4:13. The church at Jerusalem sent Barnabas, whose name means son of encouragement or exhortation, to inspire and fortify believers in Antioch. When he arrived, he saw that the grace of God had done. He was glad and encouraged them to remain true to the Lord with all their hearts. Acts 11:23. And it actually kind of makes me sad. It sounds weird, but this commentary is actually making me sad because I do go on to the Christian forums on like Reddit and stuff like, there's actually a bunch of things on Reddit, like in terms of like the Christian forum things on Reddit. I hear so many believers, brother, like, oh, I'm losing faith of this, I'm losing faith of that. And it's just like, I feel like, man, maybe they're just not being encouraged, like maybe they aren't getting exhorted every single day, right? And I'm wondering, like, if you were a believer, right, and you were maybe losing faith, or you were just like doing, or something like that, what if you weren't getting exhorted every day? What is something that you could do, right, that might exhort yourself and or maybe even others, right? It's really weird, right? I honestly think a Bible study devotional would be good for most people. I honestly think most people should, even if it seems really, really awkward, because I know these things are awkward, dude, I honestly think after doing these Bible study devotionals, it's just been so like edifying for me personally, and just like growing and just like learning how to read aloud and just even ponder it, and just seeing where I mess up, seeing where I stutter, seeing the words that I mess up on, seeing the definitions of words I get wrong, and I find it just very interesting. All the Christians streaming, look at the way each judge each other. I mean, love each. Yeah, I mean, that is another aspect, and I think that's another weird way. And I'm actually wondering if maybe this is why, like maybe why more believers don't stream, right? Because maybe they are scared, because there is that aspect, is when we put something out into the open, or in the public sphere or something, there is that element of we could be judged by what we do. Right, and I think that is the biggest thing of what makes doing these Bible studies so awkward for me personally. It's just that element of being judged. But honestly, it's very it's odd, and but it makes me wonder, like, how crazy would it be if we were to see into the light? Because you know how there's some stream, dude. There's some of the biggest streamers right now, bro. They stream for like. There's some of them that are streaming like 6 days a week or something like that, right? Or like, they're streaming like these grand, like 14-hour, there's some even doing like 16-hour days or something like that. How crazy would it be if there were like some pastors just streaming that much? Like, it would be so crazy to see that, right? Like, I'm just wondering, like, well, how are they doing their Bible studies or something? Or what verses are they looking at every single day? It'd be really strange, right? Kind of makes me wonder about the whole being hidden thing, right? Like, how crazy would that be, man? Because it makes me think about Matthew 5:14-16. Right? Like these verses right here. You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden. Right? Now, what's really weird about that verse that I just said right there, you are the light of the world, a city set on a hill cannot be hidden. What's actually weird about that is that I've been hearing some pastors go into that we're actually starting to live in the age where unbelievers are actually shining their light more. Like, unbelievers are actually being more less hidden than actually believers are, right? And I guess you can maybe see that. I guess some of them said you just see it in the state of our society at the moment. But nor do people light a lamp and put it under a basket, but on a stand, and gives light to all in the house. In the same way, let your light shine before others, so that they may see your good works and give glory to your Father who's in heaven. Now, what's actually interesting about this verse right here is something that's why I actually underlined that part in red, hidden, right? What does that really mean, right? And it's weird because I actually asked this on Reddit, right? I asked a bunch of believers this, and you could see the analytics, bro. Thousands of people saw this question that I put in, right? And I typed in this question of like, does the word hidden change throughout, does that meaning of that word change throughout histories or technological advancements, right? Because what's really weird is if I bring that word up, like if I were to meet some younger people, right? And I ask the word, what do you guys think the word hidden means in today's society? They'd be like, oh, well, it'd probably be like them not, especially just in the sense of being hidden in the way of our technology at the moment, where most people just have cameras and phones all the time, right? Like, what does the word hidden truly mean, right? It's just super weird thinking about it. And what does it mean that we're supposed to not be hidden, right? Now, what's weird is I've actually looked into this, and it's like, I've actually struggled with this verse a lot right here. Like, why does Jesus Christ want us not to be hidden, right? And I think it's that aspect of, that's honestly why I've underlined it right here. And I think one of the reasons why Jesus doesn't want us to be hidden is because, and he said to them, follow me and I will make you what? I will make you fishers of men, right? And so what's going to start happening? If we have other people seeing our good works, right? In the same way, let your light shine before others so that they may see your good works and give glory to your Father who is in heaven. In some ways, I think the answer is right there. Is I think Jesus wants us not to be hidden, because then we will be like, I guess maybe like a beacon to other people to help plant seeds of faith. And also maybe we can be better fishers of men, right? But I could be wrong on that, right? But it's just so strange that Jesus says that. But it's also, there's another element to this that I think about, right? About not being hidden, right? And it's the element of transparency. And there's the element of trust and transparency. If we look that up right now, it's actually this like weird psychological thing. It's called trust and transparency. And why there is trust and transparency is because so we take this for example, right? So for example, imagine if there was just someone that was just streaming their life 24/7. Like how crazy would that be? It'd be insane, right? It's kind of weird because that's actually we're starting to get in the age where people actually do that. It's actually crazy, right? The thing is that how hard would it be for people to start hiding things, right? Now imagine if like, say we had like, imagine we have like two pastors right here, right? And one pastor had like, what if like like every Sunday he was putting out a sermon or something like that, but behind the scenes the rest of the week, what if he didn't live like that? What if he was just the complete opposite, right? But nobody knew that because he was hiding all that, right? But the thing is there is this element of trust and transparency. Is the more transparent we are, the more that we kind of have nothing to hide, right? And if we have nothing to hide, then it's just kind of like, it's just kind of like we can just be more ourselves and we don't have to like hide. It's kind of weird thinking about it, right? But yeah, if you guys look that up, now this isn't really like a biblical thing, but I have heard some pastors bring it up. About like the hiding aspect, but there's things I haven't really clicked on any of these, but it says building trust through transparency. Like there's all sorts of like things about this, right? And it's kind of weird because I'm wondering if this is why Jesus wanted us not to be hidden, because there's this element of we can be real with people, right? And I'm wondering if that's why Jesus didn't want us to be hidden, because he wants like maybe outsiders for them to trust us or something like that, right? I mean, there's even that one, trust and transparency, the two sides of building meaningful relationships. I mean, even look at that one right there. Why transparency is critical to creating trust in an organization. Now, this is all stuff that it's kind of weird because all this stuff isn't actually even about Christianity. This is just stuff on like leadership. It's things about like building up companies, organizations, and things of that nature. And it's kind of weird. It's like Jesus said that in a different way, like thousands and thousands of years ago on the Sermon on the Mount. How crazy is that, right? It's like almost Jesus like pre-alluded that that's actually what's going to start happening, right? Let's see here. All the Christians streaming. Oh, let's see. I think about phone signal relay, the Lord sending messages through people who are accessible, beacons, ping, ping. Yeah. Yeah, and I feel like that's another aspect, right? We can almost like be like beacons to others, right? Us shining our light. And the thing is I feel like I also have to relay. There is an element that we have to think about, is that everybody is in a different season of their faith, right? Because if we think about the parable of the sower, the parable of the sower, it's talking about, like the seed of faith growing in people's hearts, right? And the seed of faith hasn't fully matured. It's actually growing in people's hearts, right? And so I think this is actually a very important aspect that we have to consider as well, because it would be really cool if more believers was just shining their light, just fully just on fire for the Lord, right? Just, all the time, right? But the thing is, we also have to think about people's heart conditions, right? And we have to think that not everybody is maybe at the aspect of bearing fruit. Because I think a lot of believers that are maybe in the state of maybe of the parable of the sower, right? Maybe there is like some weeds choking it, or maybe they, there's too many rocks in the soil, or maybe they're getting withered away by the sun, or maybe the deceitfulness of riches and the world and stuff like that is choking the word. And it's kind of weird really thinking about that, right? Okay, let's keep going. Where was I at? Totally got sidetracked. Today's Bible study is like all over the place. I apologize, everybody. I'm like, I don't even know if these Bible studies even make sense, but I'm just trying to ponder on these verses, and this is somehow where we've gotten into. But I think the trust and transparency one's actually a very big one, right? It's a very interesting one. And it's also a big one. I think that's another trippy thing, is that's actually occurring right now, like in so many avenues. Trust and transparency, man. I honestly think this is actually why streaming has gotten to the point where it's at. It's so crazy. If you really look at it, man, it actually flat out blows my mind, bro. There are people that will come and watch like these big streamers, right? I see they're probably streaming right as I speak, right at the moment, right now. You know, you see the very top streamers, bro. How many people are watching? Thousands and thousands of people are watching them, right? But what's sad is like I'll see like even like these gnarly pastors that are doing like great sermons and stuff like that, right? Bro, sometimes they can't even they barely get any views at all, right? It's just so insane to me, right? And yeah, it's kind of sad actually. And I wish it would be almost the opposite, right? But let's see here. Where are we at? Well, I've totally gotten sidetracked up in here. Okay, we're reading this paragraph. Man, we've only read one commentary so far. This has gotten me so like, I'm wondering, is there something I'm supposed to learn from this? Let's bring it all back. I got a little sidetracked. Okay, so today's topic was on exhorting. How can we exhort other believers, just anybody actually? How can we exhort anybody of encouragement, right? And I think we could do that with our words, with listening, with I think even shining our light, maybe showing people our weaknesses. But I think that is a big one right there, because that requires, I guess, a lot of humility to show people your weaknesses, right? To show where you're failing. But I honestly think that can motivate people, because then that can be like, okay, well, I could try that, and that's not that bad. I see, okay, so that could be maybe attainable. Let's keep going for it, right? I'm just kind of wondering what other ones, right? Okay, let's see here. Christians exhort one another daily through the exercise of spiritual gifts. In Romans 12:3-8, Paul teaches that as members of Christ's body, we all belong to each other and therefore need one another. Out of the abundance of his grace, God gives us different gifts to build one another up. Indeed, one of these spiritual gifts is exhortation. Wow, I didn't know that. I fully didn't even know that was one of the gifts of the Spirit. I guess that's another one. That's one of the gifts of the Spirit, is exhortation, right? Paul urges that Corinthians to seek to excel in the gifts that will strengthen the whole church in 1 Corinthians 14:12. If we separate ourselves from the body, we will miss out on these gifts. In isolation, we leave ourselves vulnerable to temptation and spiritual attacks. Ecclesiastes 4:9-12. But when we stand alongside each other, we have great strength to overcome our enemy, the devil. 1 Peter 5:9. Together we can better support one another in the spiritual battle. Galatians 6:1. Okay, let's see here. We can also exhort one another daily by speaking words of life and truth. Colossians 3:16, 1 Thessalonians 4:18, Romans 15:4. Our words hold tremendous power, both to destroy and restore lives. Proverbs 18:21. Paul cautions us to speak only what will build up and benefit others. Do not let any unwholesome talk come out of your mouths, but only what is helpful for building others up according to their needs. That is the benefit of those who listen. Wow. That is a very big verse right there. Like, let no corrupting talk come out of our mouths, right? But just as such for the good, for building up as fits the occasion. As fits the occasion. That's a very important verse right there, I think. Now, it's crazy because you know what that makes me think of right there? Bro, if you go on most Instagram, if you go on Instagram right now, right? But you go on some of these like videos I see, dude, I'll look at their comments, bro, and some of these comments are just so brutal, bro. Like, even if you see like some of these people that are like handicapped and like, maybe they have a mental disorder or some, bro, I see some of the comments, bro, and the people are just making fun of them, man. And it's just super brutal, and it's just actually super sad. And I understand that some people find that funny. Like, maybe they aren't actually trying to hurt that person, but maybe they just kind of want to, like, make a joke. But I don't know, man. Sometimes I just feel like that's, I don't know, dude. It's like, it's weird. And I just feel like I don't know if that's really upbuilding people. I don't know. It's weird. I guess it's a double-edged sword sometimes, right? But, okay, we're almost done. Paul's protege, Timothy, was tasked as a young pastor with the responsibility of exhorting his flock through preaching and teaching of God's word, correcting, rebuking, and exhorting with great patience and careful instruction. 2 Timothy 4:2, and see also 1 Timothy 4:13. While pastors have a unique obligation to exhort the body of Christ, Hebrews 13:7 and 17, every Christian ought to look out for fellow believers who might be struggling in the faith. We are all called to come alongside one another for mutual encouragement, instruction, comfort, and support in our daily Christian walk. 1 Thessalonians 5:14. Now that's actually really interesting. And what's really cool is we can actually even have an example right here, even just from this site, Twitch. It sounds ridiculous right here. Let's just do it right now. So it's so crazy, because how can we... Now this is actually another part where I have to start thinking about it, right? Because a lot of these Bible studies, they kind of, unfortunately, go in one ear and out the other for me personally, right? And the thing is, how can we apply this in our life right now? How can we apply God's word, right? And how I'm thinking about it is that we can, like, go up in here. I can look up, let's see here, is any Christian streaming right now? There has to be one Christian streaming, right? And so I do follow a couple. So there's this one Christian streamer. Look at it. So Miss Positivity. See how she has that Christian tag right there? Right there? You can click on this Christian tag. Boom. See this? And so right here, I think these are all the people that have the Christian tag on it. But now the thing is if we're called to upbuild people, what we can do is, see how it has this sort filter thing right here? We can press that. I'm on the Christian tag. We can press that. We can go viewers low to high. Let's go with that one. Viewers low to high. Boom. Apply. So these are all, I guess believers. Well, I guess they I don't really know if they are really believers, or I guess that's something that you have to kind of do your own due diligence on. But the thing is, they did put the Christian tag on their streams, right? Now, these are all, I guess, people with the Christian tag right now as we speak, right? Now, it's kind of crazy to think that we can just go in and let's just do like a little example. Like, say, let me click on one who has not many viewers or something like that. We can go right here. Boom. Let's look at, I guess sometimes you have to look at all of their tags just to kind of see where they're at. This guy's playing DDR right now. It's probably on copyright. Well, let's do this. See, what we could put in the chat is just go, keep it up, keep planting and watering seeds of faith for... See, we do a little example. Boom, we put one little comment right there. Now imagine if we were to do this for every single just believer right now that's just streaming. Is that a way we can encourage each other daily? I don't know, right? Oh look, darn, I didn't put it. He just responded to me. Man, that looks fun. I've actually never played DDR, by the way. That looks really fun, though. But see, I feel like that could just be a way. Now, that's my own example. Now, the thing is, how can we do it? Now, see, that's my own example that I can think of right now after I just did this Bible study, right? But now, it's kind of harder to do that in real life. Well, I guess not. It's easy to do it, like, on the internet, because I know how to kind of do it. The thing is like, now how do we do that, like, in another aspect? I think that's a little harder, right? Especially, like, maybe if you don't live by other people. Like, say, so... Now, it's actually really weird thinking about this, is it's actually making me think about the community aspect, about churches and stuff like this, right? Because, like, back in the day, like, churches used to be, like, before there was cars and stuff like that, right? We'd maybe have horses or something like that, or maybe we would run to other areas. But the thing is that communities were kind of more like centralized. Like communities were kind of more like collectively helping each other out. But nowadays it's not really like that. So nowadays we'll like drive like 40 minutes, like 30 minutes to a church or something like that, right? So how would it be? It would be a little harder to fellowship maybe every day, or, you know, than compared to back in the day where there was only one church in our community and we all kind of went there or something like that, right? How crazy is that, man? I'm wondering if that has even affected something about fellowship in general. And maybe this is why I'm starting to see a lot of believers my age are just like, man, I'm not feeling fellowship. Like there isn't really like there's not a connection that I feel. Like there's like not a strong like pulling of that, right? It's really weird thinking about it. I'm wondering, like, what are ways we can somehow build it up? What are ways we can build it up, right? Let's see here. I think about phone signal. Oh, wait, let's see here. Pop Nemo exhortations. Visited another church past weekend who has a new pastor for his first sermon. We got to cross denominations locally. Oh, interesting. That's cool. That's another, you're bringing up another aspect too, because I feel like just the splits and divisions within, I guess, even in, I'd like that there would be no divisions in the body of Christ, but as I've been hearing from a lot of believers, they think there actually is a lot of divisions in the body of Christ. Now, how crazy would it be, bro? If I had like a question to ask the Lord, it'd be like, Lord, what do you think about all these denominations? Like, what do you truly think? Like, how crazy would it be if there was just, it'd be really cool if there would just be like a day where all these denominations put aside all their boundaries and just came together for some sort of potluck thing. Like just some outside church gathering, right? No matter what, just any denomination, if you just believe in the Lord Jesus Christ, you just come together, right? No matter what denomination, right? I wonder if that would build up the body of Christ. Oh my goodness, I probably sound crazy, but oh well. Today's Bible study is actually very hard. Today's Bible study is actually very challenging. I think it's because, I think why it's challenging for me today is because it's challenging because I've read so many people's posts and stuff on forums about how, like, they don't feel encouraged and stuff like this. So I'm just thinking about, like, well, how can we do that then, right? Like, if there's all these people that are starting to, like, lose faith and all this stuff, it's like, man, maybe they're just not getting encouraged or exhorted every day. And it's kind of sad to think about, but I also kind of think that might also even be on their own end too, because maybe they're not seeking, right? Like, maybe they could find exhortation, but maybe they're not truly trying to, like, seek it, right? It all starts by small relationships. Yeah. Man, this Bible study is very weird. I apologize, anybody, that if I said anything wrong. That was a Bible study. I don't know what other people would think about. I honestly think the, like, streaming could really help just exhort people, man. It's exhorted me, dude. Dude, if I didn't meet some of the believers I did on just from streaming, I wouldn't even be doing these Bible studies. It sounds crazy. It sounds ridiculous. So it's so crazy that other believers exhorted me to even keep doing these things. Even you guys right here, you guys are kind of like encouraging me. But not only that, but I just saw like the other people doing their Bible study devotionals. It's very encouraging. Okay, we're going to do a card draw now. And I only read one commentary. Holy Toledo, bro. One commentary took 1 hour, bro. That's gnarly. Because I like reading a bunch of commentaries, but today I'm just like thinking about it. I'm just like, the other weird thing that I've been noticing about these commentaries is, like, sometimes these commentaries, they don't speak on what's actually occurring nowadays, right? Especially if you go into like some of these older commentaries. Some of these older commentaries, they're speaking on things that they were experiencing in their time, and sometimes some of these commentaries are hundreds of years old. So what they were experiencing is way different than what we're experiencing today in today's age, right? So crazy, man. It's like very interesting. Trust and transparency. Man, we talked about a lot of stuff today. This is crazy. I probably sound so insane, but oh well. I just feel like today was just almost like overwhelming for me. there was like just so much stuff because I feel like I don't know why it was kind of overwhelming today. I think it's because I was just thinking about too much stuff, but that's kind of why I like just picking one verse. If I just pick one verse and just read a bunch of commentaries just on that one verse, it's just like, okay, we got a plan, we got a set goal, boom. It's kind of easy, right? But this one was definitely more challenging because I had to. I'm like, okay, how can we do this? These commentaries aren't really bringing that up too much, right? So, or even just showing like an example or something like that, right? And also not even that, but also we could do it this way as well. I mean, the other thing though, I don't know if this one really like. I feel like putting a YouTube comment isn't as fulfilling as much because, you know, generally like people don't just respond back, especially like the creators, right? Like the creators kind of like sometimes it doesn't really like, it's not like they really like go and respond back to you or something like that, right? But let's see here. Let's look at church life. Everyday church life. I'll give this guy a comment. This guy's cool. So this is one dude I actually do listen to a lot. This dude's actually very edifying. What's actually really weird about this dude is that some of the things that he starts bringing up, it's like, bro, I literally, like, I'll think about some things that happen, or like sometimes I'll do these Bible studies, bro, he'll cover the same verse. And I'm like, what in the world, bro? It's insane. But it's this guy right here. Everyday church life, right? Now, I guess this might be like a way, but see, it's not, the thing is some of these videos are old, right? So it's like, it's not like, but I guess we can kind of encourage somebody, but see, like what we could do as well, in terms of what I'm thinking about as an example, is, wait, how do I leave a comment? I don't even know how to leave a comment. Oh wait, here we go. So like, what we could do is just like do the same thing, but like on a YouTube, like just like, keep it up, man, you inspire me to sow seeds of faith and water. Sow and water seeds of faith for the kingdom of God. See, so I think this is maybe a way. Now I don't really, boom, just comment. Like, is that a way we can motivate somebody? I really don't know, right? Like, and that's just like a very quick way that I could do it, but like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of like, what are ways in real life though? I guess that's a different aspect. That's my own examples, just off the top of my head of just thinking about like, how could we apply this study in reality, right? Like, I don't... Could be a daily segment routine. Oh, you know another way we could maybe do it? I mean, I know some people don't like people wearing crosses and stuff, but maybe if you see somebody wearing a cross, right? Just being like, oh, dude, man, that's inspiring seeing you wear that cross, man. It reminds me of taking up my cross daily. Boom. Dude, that could even be building somebody up, right? Because, you know, imagine how many people on your daily... Well, I mean, me personally, I don't really like live in the city or anything. I used to live in the city. Now I basically live in the middle, maybe not totally the middle of nowhere, but definitely more isolated. But the thing is that, you know, like, if you come across somebody with just wearing a cross, man, you could encourage them right there, you know. I honestly think that would be a funny one. Because sometimes I honestly think it actually takes a bit of courage for somebody to even wear their cross. Because sometimes I feel sometimes in some social settings or some social gatherings, sometimes it is a little embarrassing wearing a cross. Could be dailies. If we kept people's phone numbers with tags and just reach out to them, yeah, that could be another way as well. Yeah. And that's the thing, is sometimes we never know what someone's going through, right? I think that's the crazy thing too. But it is sad to think that probably right as we speak at this moment, there are probably people that are losing faith. There's probably people right as I speak that are on their last little edge, that are just like, about to lose hope or something like that, right? Mate, you never know, man. That little word of encouragement, even though it seems really simple, might keep them going, man. So, anyway, that was an extremely long Bible study. I apologize, anybody. You already just think I'm crazy, but oh well. I really tried to ponder today. I mean, here's another aspect. I think this sounds ridiculous too. Even when I go to In-N-Outers, I don't have In-N-Out here, but even like when you go to In-N-Out, like when you see the little Bible verse, I probably sound crazy, but dude, that encourages me. I'm just like, bro, I can't believe this company would put a Bible verse on just some random thing, Like, and and the other thing is maybe we could do that, right? Maybe we don't even have to put the entire verse. I honestly think I get encouraged when I see the word like redemption, salvation, conviction, like these, just even like simple words that kind of have a lot of different meanings. But in terms of where I am in the season of faith that I'm in, when I see those words, it kind of like encourages me, just a little bit, right? Just to keep going, right? Or like devotion, just seeing the word devotion, We just lost our church who was renting from us. We are looking at 2004, wondering how it's going to work, believing we will see God come through some way. Yeah, I mean, that's a hard thing. Sometimes I'm wondering, who knows, maybe it might even just be like, I know I started this thing out, we reading Hebrews 3, right? Now what's interesting about Hebrews 3 is that it actually did bring up the aspect of Moses out in the wilderness, right? So who knows, maybe you guys are going through maybe a strange wilderness season. I mean, it kind of does seem like that, right? So maybe there's something that God is to teach, you guys. I don't really know, though. I guess it's kind of subjective, though, in a way, but maybe that might be something to think about, right? Like a wilderness season. Okay, let's do a card draw. Let's see what we draw. First card of the day. Angel of Glory's Rise. Man, that card looks amazing, huh? That thing looks unreal. Second card. Ooh, we got the Shire. The Shire. Third card. Ooh, Master Transmuter. I like the flavor text. By the way, the flavor text is not a Bible verse, but I like the flavor text. It says, wasted potential surrounds us. Lend me that bauble and let me see what it could be made to be. Wasted potential. That's what I think. Every time I see that card, I think of what the Lord thinks about that. What does the Lord think about wasted potential? What if the Lord was just going to give some people just all these things for us to steward, but we're just maybe missing the mark? Sephiroth's Sky's Blade. Man, that card looks insane, doesn't it? I mean, that's what when I think about this, like, do angels have churches? What do they have? It kind of seems like angels are just kind of like all over the place, right? Maybe they have just traveling churches. Wasn't there something in the scriptures, like when Moses, there was something with like the traveling church, right? Like the tabernacle, right? Wasn't that like a church or something? Like a tent church? I think it was like a tent church. Possessed Centaur. This one reminds me of Psalms 1830, or is it 1833? I think it's Psalms 1833. It says, "He makes my feet like the feet of a deer. He sets me secure on the heights." Psalms 18:33. Oh, here it is. Every time, dude. It sounds ridiculous, but this card has literally made me memorize this verse. Look at how cool that looks. That looks amazing, huh? He made my feet like the feet of a deer and set me secure on the heights. Possessed centaur. That thing looks insane, bro. I probably just seem crazy. Oh well. Every time I think about centaurs, I think other people might not think. Every time I think about that, I just think about centaurs. It's ridiculous, but I actually think that might be why C.S. Lewis in the Chronicles of Narnia. I think I've actually never watched that movie, but I think there were centaurs in that movie. Frontline medic. Oh, okay. Let me put this card draw on my Instagram. Maybe we could plant a seed of faith. Maybe we can encourage somebody like this. Welcome, travelers, to the card draw of the day, where we get to observe some artwork. Today we drew Angel of Glory's Rise, the Shire, Master Transmuter, Sephirus Sky's Blade, Possessed Centaur, Frontline Medic, and for the last card of the day, let's see what it will be. Ooh, we got a Plains. This one always reminds me of Matthew 5:14-16, about shining her light, about us being like a city set on a hill that cannot be hidden. Something like that. Very interesting card. The other one, I think, man, this one is gnarly right here. Sephirus Sky's Blade. Anyway, everybody, hope you guys have a good one, and try your best, have fun. Alrighty. It's kind of funny, the last card of the day, we got this card right here. Plains. This one reminds me about the city set on a hill that cannot be hidden. It's kind of funny, let's just look at that, like what we did with the centaur one. Like this one just reminds me of these verses right here. Doesn't that remind you? I mean, maybe I just think about that, but you are the light of the world. The city set on a hill cannot be hidden. Nor do people light a lamp and put it under a basket, but on a stand, but gives light to all in the house. The same way, let your light shine before others, so that they may see your good works and give glory to your Father who is in heaven. Alrighty, everybody. Well, that was the very strange Bible study today. I tried, man. Today was awkward. I feel like, you know what's also crazy doing these Bible studies? I feel like if I did not do these bike riding things after it, I feel like I would have not kept this Bible study just because of how, like, just almost overwhelming to me today. I don't know why it just felt overwhelming to me, but today's Bible study felt a little overwhelming. Maybe it's just because maybe it's just occurring, right? Angels watching. Therefore be not forgetful to entertain strangers, for thereby some have entertained angels unawares. Now that is a weird verse. How crazy is that to think about, man? You know, that's a weird one, man, to really think about it. We could be entertaining angels unawares. What if there is some angels watching us as believers right now on these streams that we're doing? How crazy would that be? Now, I don't know if that is the case, but I think it's Hebrews 13:2. It says, the KJV version says, therefore be not forgetful to entertain strangers, for thereby some have entertained angels unawares. So how could we entertain strangers? That is the question now, huh? How are we to entertain strangers? I kind of have some ideas, but tail whips. Yeah. That is one, right? Now, the reason why I said that is because this chick actually just posted this. Bible illustrations. She posted this one day ago. She said, angels watching. Did she share the verse? No, she didn't share the verse. She did share Revelations 20:12, though. All right, well, let's get into bike riding now. Oh my goodness, man, these streams are so weird. Oh well, let's go for it. Let's do this. Holy moly, that Bible study is brutal. That one felt particularly brutal. I don't know why, but it just felt hard. Oh well. Okay. I'm gonna blow my nose and I'm done riding. Oh, wait a minute. I think I got a package. Wait up. Holy Toledo. I gotta do much for that. Yeah. I'll do it later. I'm already kind of late today. Don't be too hard on yourself. I just got some new wheels. I'm not going to put them on yet. But I do them tomorrow. I'll just ride right now. Now we need to be reinvigorated. Right when I just get some adrenaline in me, man, these Bible studies feel really fun. Oh, I just need a little bit of life. We need life force in us. Let's do this. Alapa. Riding the bike's fun. I don't even care if people think it's boring. It's just like so like, I don't know, man. And when you like land a trigger, there's just something about landing a trigger. It's like, yes, we landed something. About a locomotive. Oop, almost. Oh, that's weird. This thing's all weird looking.
It's holding even the biggest flags of peace and
I gotta restart this. It's all weird.
There we go. What was I trying to learn? I totally forgot what I was trying to do. Yesterday, last weekend. Last week. Huh. Man, the bike just feels like it has life force. Life. Every time I ride it, it's just like, sometimes I can just feel like kind of down, you know? And then just like, you start riding the bike, and it's just like, I think it's probably just because you just get the blood pumping in you, you know? Because like I almost felt drained by that Bible study, and then just doing this, it's just like, ugh. It's like reinvigorates yourself. Oh yeah, that's what we gotta do. We gotta do a no-handed trick. I haven't done an upside down tail up in a while. Let's try that. Oh, come on. One thing about these profile cranks, man, they come loose a lot. I don't know why. Felt like that when my wife came and helped me finish around here. It's awesome, man. It's cool that you and your wife can like do something together, you know? I feel like that's important. I've never really been married though, so I can't really say, but I think that is probably something important to have, right? Alright, both of you. This tail whip's hard to get into the next trick. It's hard. Put some lights on. Oh my, I'm giving up on that one, that was hard. Man, I'm just hauling. Been to 5 art schools. What you know of any? I know BMX is definitely kind of the whole like skate park thing. A lot of dudes. Yeah, a very male dominant thing, especially BMX riding. It's a very male dominant sport. There are some girls that do ride BMX, but far and few between, I've noticed. I think it's just because there's just so much upper body stuff in it. I haven't done one of those in a long time.
Here's one thing you need to do before buying anything online. Don't spend another dime on Amazon until you watch it.
Trying to do the long line. I guess we just need a thumbnail. We don't have to practice the long line.
Oh. Bro. My brake. When I did the upside down tail whip, I undid my brake. Man. That was close, dude. That was super close. I know, it's so close, huh? Man. I just want that thumbnail, you know? But I try and just do the thumbnails of the ones that I land. Let's try the tail up one. Man, that's hard. You have to do it like, you have to like catch it just right. Like to get like the, I don't know, you have to just like do everything at the right time.
The right mattress makes everything clear.
My neck feels better. You're gonna be one of those answers.
You do it. Giving up on it. I just want the thumbnail now. I think it's going to hit the edge of that. Yep. I knew it. Fine. I don't know if this one's going down today. I haven't landed one of these in a long time.
with the. Alright, we're just after a thumbnail now. How much seat with them? I wonder if today's gonna be a day where I don't win anything. Maybe I did. Here we go. What the heck is that? Okay.
I'm gonna have to go to the Verizon store.
Okay. Right now?
No. I called CenturyLink and they can't, I says, well, I can talk you to go through and connect to your modem. And I says, I don't want to connect to my modem. I want it connected to a cell tower. Well, I can't do that.
Well, yeah, because weren't you on Verizon?
Yeah, and that's who I called.
Verizon.
I picked the software engineering program because they pay very well.
Right.
It's a fast-paced industry. The bootcamp allowed me to keep my job.
That's who I called.
Okay.
And they can't connect, they can't direct me to connect to the internet. Except through my modem. Well, my modem doesn't do any good if I'm at the VA hospital trying to call you.
Yeah.
And they can't do that. More bike parts?
Yeah, those are the wheels. I think this is why I don't do this trick that much, is it's really inconsistent. But I haven't gotten this thumbnail in a long time, so. Peace. so sketchy for some reason. Whew. I don't know this one's going down today. It's a little challenging. No! Oh, I missed it. Watch. Okay, let's see. We need some new music, man. Let's see here. Sorry, everybody. I'm struggling landing this combo. I haven't landed this combo in a long time. I think this song might be on copyright now. No. It's not on copyright. It's still good. Fudge. We landed it. Man, that was brutal. I mean, it didn't hurt me. It just takes so much effort to land this thing. Keep going.
That was so close right there, man. I don't know if this one's going down today. Let's just move on. I gotta move on from this one. I almost landed it right there. That was gnarly, huh? But I feel like that one was the one I should have landed. This is something else. There's way more no-handed tricks as well. Try this one. Where I got another one. We got Foot Jam or Tail Tap ET or Tail Tap TE to Foot Jam No Hander. See that one? We landed it. See, how did I land that one first try? And the other one I did like 20 tries, I couldn't do it. Yeah, the other one's harder though, so. At least we got thumbnail. You stream mark that. Man, I got some gnarly shin splints, bro. That's when I know I'm just scuffing so much, bro. When you scuff a lot, you just get a runner's shin splint. It's kind of funny. I wonder what gets rid of the shin splint. Oh, dude, it's like, it's weird. It's like, it feels like it's just like sore, like right in between your shin. It's, ooh, this is a cool song. This is from Road Fools. close. That was a cool one right there. That's fun. Oh, my legs hurt. My legs hurt, man. I just have really gnarly shin splints right now. I don't know why. Brutal. Feels like I just ran like a couple miles. It's insane. I took a break yesterday, so I should be like totally reinvigorated, but or you know, it might be actually low on salt. Maybe that's what it is. Because I think like salt, if you're low on salt, you like cramp more or something, right? Maybe that's what it is. My legs hurt, man. I don't know why. It hurt. I'm gonna find some music. Oh, I used to listen to this a lot. Did I put a shoe mark right there? My back was knotted up after sickness. Do you use a foam roller? I use a foam roller a lot, and I also have a neck cloud. Maybe I should go get it to show people, but it kind of gets dirty out here. So this is actually what I do a lot. I actually do this every single day. So I actually highly suggest you guys get these items. This is one of those like neck clouds, and then this is just like a foam roller, right? But generally what I'll do is I'll just use the foam roller like this, like every day. So I just pop it back right there. And just like stretch. And then also I do this one. I kind of do sit-ups on this and move it. Also, these are good too. These ones feel really good. There's a bunch of them you could do on here. Those are the ones I kind of do, and I'll do that for like 20 minutes some days. But then this one right here, I actually didn't think this thing actually worked very good, but it actually gives you a really good neck traction. You put down like that. Just, you kind of like get it to where it like pulls in your head. You can pop your spine. I just pop my neck right there. You can switch it like that. Like you can like get that, like it's almost like doing like a workout thing. It feels good. It pops your neck a lot. Like so I highly suggest like getting these ones. These ones like this combo right here is just, man. Some day, like on my tightest days where my back's just like super, super tight, this combo right here, just doing those things that I just showed you, like generally, like you do it for, some days I'll do it for like 30 minutes, just sitting on there like that. Ooh, with the Dino Tread. I don't have one of those ones. I've seen those ones though. See if you get a 5-whip. Triple. Double. Oh man, that trick is so hard. Like it's just, I don't know how like they do it so cleanly. There's people that do like 50 of these in a row. I feel like when I changed my tire, it really changed a lot of it too. Let's practice locomotives. That's like the one new trick I've been kind of like getting lately. So. Ooh, let's do right there. This song is just too crazy, I think. That's right. It's too crazy, man.
don't listen to any of these songs. I'm too crazy. Let's see here. Ah, hipa, hipa. It's kind of worrying me. I actually haven't landed a fiber on these tires with the fire whips. Oh, I'm kidding me. That was so sketchy. That was a quad though. So far my record's 5.5 tail hooks. So you can't mess up. Like if you mess up a little bit, like it messes up the entire like rotation. That's what it feels like anyway. This song's too crazy too. I forgot that this is why I didn't like put any of these songs on. It was wild. Craziness.
There are Del-Edge devices that scale up conservation at a level that had never been seen before.
JVR Jamaica. What's up, dude? Greetings, traveler. Welcome to my very awkward streams. You get to watch me fail over and over and over again until I finally land something. Oopa. Oopa gaba. Oopa. Can I make my mic louder?
I can. I gotta stay by that. I gotta get up close if I want the mic to be louder. Fortunately, I don't have like a. I'm just streaming this on my old phone. I don't know if you can still hear me. Yeah, shoot off balls. I've been riding for a really long time. I've been riding for a very, very long time. A lot of those parts are broken. Woo! Actually landed something. I don't like giving out my age. That's You like riding bikes? How'd you find the stream, by the way? Oh, you know what? I need to put this on Health and Fitness. Oh, I guess I already had him on Just Chatting this entire time. Man, I always forget to change the thing. Oh well. Hope you guys are doing good. Hopefully we can try and give glory to the Lord of Lords and King of Kings, the Lord Jesus Christ. Try and give them all the glory if I can, right? Easier said than done, but we can try. Oh, you don't know any tricks? Oh, for sure. Here, let me show you. There's actually another dude that streams. We put his stream thing on here. I guess I don't know. Darn it, Spencer, if you're watching this, I don't know how to spell your stream name. But I will show you. There's this one guy, his name's Spencer Forsman. Check out that dude on YouTube. He actually streams on Twitch. He might be streaming right at this very moment, and you could go talk to him. He's a he knows a lot of bike lore. I think his name's like, let me see if I can. His name's like Apocalypse I think his name's like that or something. I can't remember, but if you see that guy, he streams that. There's also this guy as well. His name's Moya Flat, but he basically, his streams are generally in Spanish. Moya Flat. Flatland BMXer on Twitch. There's also that guy, Moya Flat. He's from Spain, so he does a lot of things in Spain. Speaks a lot of Spanish. It's kind of hard to understand him, but he does know English. So if you ask him a question, he will. If you ask him a question in English, he will respond in English. Like Stan. Okay, for sure. Yeah, if you have any questions, just feel free to ask, you know, like, I'm trying to give my best response with the bike riding or the Bible or something, drawing stuff. The handstand on the bike. Yeah, there's actually a line. Let's see if I can do the line. There's another line. There's this one, which is pretty cool. Like it involves the same thing. I don't know if it's really about strength. I think it's kind of more like maybe like the balance point. I don't really know though. But you can put in like the cross-looking tricks. That's what I've been on the quest to do. We're on the quest to learn as many tricks that resemble a cross, or we can lift our hands up for the Lord. And there's a lot of tricks in that in Flatline BMX. I actually think the most cross tricks are in Flatline BMX.
We're giving away free Donald Trump gold bars. Folks, we're doing a special Black Friday set.
I'm gonna think of like what other stuff I've been trying to learn. How much was... Let's see here. I got most of these parts from my friends. And I did get this frame hooked up by Robbie Morales over at Colt, so shout out to Robbie Morales. Thank you for that, man. They're the only bike company that's ever really given me anything. This company right here. You can get like a complete bike for like $200 to $300. It's like you go $200 to $300. I mean, if you want, you can even get a Walmart bike. A Walmart bike you probably get for $70. It goes from $70 up to like $8,000. It's like whatever range you want to get. $8,000, that's like full titanium, customized, all sorts of stuff. But you can get like a good, like I think the good like starting completes are like $200 to $300. Hey, what's up, dude? What up, dude? What's up, bro? What up, dude? You guys are catching me on my tailwind of kind of my BMX session. Most of my energy is kind of expended most of my like gnarly energy. I notice I have that. Sometimes I have like these spurts of like full energy output. I'm kind of like a little taxed out at the moment, so I'm like kind of chilling a little bit more. Can you hop to Foot Jam Whip? I actually don't think I can. I'm gonna be really honest. I mean like bunny hop Foot Jam Whip? That's hard. I've never hop. I actually never heard anybody tell me that. Hop Foot Jam Whip, huh? Because I mean, I could do regular Foot Jam Whip like this. You know? Alright. We could do switch Foot Jam Whip. Alright. We could do switch. Switch to like regular. You do gym? Not really. I do go to my friend's house sometimes and we do like lateral raises. I did used to have a friend that was a bodybuilder though, so he did teach me certain things in bodybuilding. Of like lateral raises and like forward grip, wide grip pull-ups. Let's see if we can do that one. I'm trying to see how I should do it. We almost did that. Yeah, I think that's mainly just from like BMX riding. There's a lot of arm movements in BMX riding. We almost landed that line though. I've never really done that line before. So that's a switch whip.
There's switch whip, tail tap fakie, half cab, foot jam, tail whip. Those are pretty cool. Dude, we almost did it. That was close. We're just out here planting seeds, man. Cultivating seeds. Oopa! We're starting to learn how to pump a little bit. Sounds really cool. Oh, this light went out. Weird. Huh. Might be that one light at the end. good. That's weird. Huh. This is kind of cool like that. I feel like I just got this light. It's really burned out. That's weird.
European villains. Beautiful sci-fi environment.
Nothing working. Online to see if it works. Seems like broken now. Oh shit. Is this thing broken? I guess we could just start drawing. Huh. Maybe the wiring's all messed up.
Step into the studio, where creative freedom meets absolute efficiency. Intelligent design is so effective that you can enhance your brand's adapt with responsive AI. In studio,
Let's see, maybe this thing's not plugged in right. No, I guess I can do it after. We'll just start drawing right now.
Oh, that's strong. Yeah, it's really bothering me. That's all good. Be the connection or something. Let's see. Is the wiring messed up? Doesn't look like it. Huh. It is really hot. Something got fried or something. It's okay. That thing is really, really hot.
fix this thing. Guess we'll just go on the outside. Thank you. Man, this is working. There we go. Oh, no, that took forever. Alright, it still doesn't work. Oh, oh, wow.
Fuck, it was wrong way.
Oh well. You got that light, so it's all good. Darn, it's all dark now. Fudge. Why isn't that thing working? Huh. Let's see, how can I adjust this light to where there's a light right here? That might work. All right, man, this one light turned off. I don't know what's wrong with it. That's where I need it right there. That's where I need that light. I don't know how I'm gonna put that light right there. How am I gonna do this? I mean, what does this light look like? Will that light do it? Maybe that light might do it, but... Oh, that my light might do it. It's kind of dark though, huh? How do I put this light up on here? That's what we need. Oh, shnikes. Oops. And actually, I need to bring that down so people could see it. Right there. Ooh, I forgot we could watch BMX videos at the same time, can't we? I think we might be able to. Let's see if this is gonna work. Because Because I remember I was like testing it out the other day. I think the music. Darn, I wish it. Man, why can't we just listen to copyrighted stuff on here without it getting silenced? Oh well, we could just watch it without the music, right? I remember I was testing this out the other day. I wonder if I could just listen to the music. It's gonna get silenced. Oh well. We could just. This is just an experiment stream, by the way. I'm just gonna see if if I turn it down really, really low. I'm wondering if I could get away with the copyright, but I know it's gonna get copyrighted, and then it's gonna silence my stream. We could try it. We just experiment with it. There's the light. The light is back. I guess I should make the video a little bit bigger, huh? I'm wondering how small you could get away with it from it not being Oh, I gotta change it then. Darn it. Oh well. See how many songs are copyrighted on this, I guess.
Pino, 25 years old, from Ware, New Hampshire, now residing in Long Beach, California.
My name is George Dos Santos, 20 years old, from North Arlington, New Jersey. This is my first Road Fools.
My name is Matt Behringer. I'm 24 years old. I'm from Layton, Utah. First official Road Fools, and it's pretty cool.
Hi, my name's John Heaton. I'm from Woodstock, Canada. I'm 20 years old. I missed my girlfriend's birthday and prom to come on this trip.
You know what? I bet I could put it right there,
My name
huh?
is Chris Doyle. I'm 20 years old, currently residing in Erie, Pennsylvania, and this is my very first Road Fools trip.
Hey, I'm Brian Wismerski, 19 years old, from Bensalem, Pennsylvania. This is the first Road Fools I've ever been able to go on.
Hey, I'm Dave Lasato. I'm 24 years old, and I'm from Vancouver, Canada.
My name is Rick Moliterno. I'm 19 years old. I'm from Davenport, Iowa.
Hi, I'm Joe Tissio, 26 years old, live in Bloomfield, New Jersey, and this is my second Road Pools.
Hi, I'm Brian Carrada from Camarillo, California, 21 years old, and this is my first Road Pools.
John Engelbert, otherwise known as Lucky. My first Road Pools. Hope to have a good time.
All right, this is just too.
My name's Steve Crandall.
This is too distracting for me. I think I'm just gonna put my own music on here, and we'll just watch it in the background. Sorry, everybody. Wasting your guys' time. What should I draw? Oh, I wish I could listen to the audio. Maybe I should just turn off that Road Fools thing in the background. It's kind of just distracted me at this point. Yeah, we'll turn it off. I wanted to try it out because I wonder like if people would like watch it, but nah. let's draw. I guess we'll start doing the little thumbnails as well. Now this camera is right in front of my head. Literally, this phone is right in front of my face, bro. It's kind of hard to like draw things. Like I feel like I'm drawing everything over here. Let's start off with our line of action. Get a head going. We gotta remember that I can always change this stuff. This is not just set in stone. Six, 7.5. Do our 3 movable masses, which is the head, the torso, and the pelvis.
When we first arrived at St. Jude, it was just
What does Shepherd wear, huh? Let's see, how's this gonna be going down? Kinda hard to film it like that, huh? No. Well, I guess let's just do full character size, huh? Just make it easier on me.
From Maybelline, New York, Instant Eraser, our Do-It-All Concealer. Conceal? Correct.
your side, I bet you hate your pillow, and this is why. They might be as fluffy as a cloud, but they just don't support your head. So you double up on pillows. You fold them in half.
I don't like that. Oh well, let's just try and go for it, I guess. Yeah, we got an art stream going. Trying to keep it on. I'm keeping it on a roll. I think I've done an art stream for the past most of the streams lately. We're just trying to keep it on a roll here. Trying a shepherd-ish character this time. Foam rolling. Oh, that's good, man. Yeah, foam rolling is very good. Lately, I've actually been drawing standing up. That's actually the crazy thing. I'm actually drawing standing up at the moment. I think it's been helping my back out. I actually don't really know yet. I'm just doing an experiment. I kind of feel a little bit more alert when I draw standing up. I'm gonna draw a lion. And I do need to pull up some reference for a lion. I don't know how to draw lions just straight up. Most of this was improvisation, basically everything on here. But with animals, that is where I gotta get reference. Now I think the big one is I always have trouble, like, how big is a lion compared to a person? It's kind of where I'm like... Let's actually pull some reference up on that. I think that's like one of the biggest parts of the reference, is since we have this proportional grid out, we can, you know, you could put a bike in there, you could put a lion, you could put whatever you want really in there, but I think it'd be cool to have like a nature, like shepherd. He has like a shepherd sling, right? Like a nature, like shepherd, like, I mean, almost on the realms of like druidic. Let's look it up. How big is a lion compared to a person? How big is a lion compared to a person? Just looking here. Oh, see that's a good. This is a good reference right here. Look at this. 5 foot 6. So it's about what to the right here. How tall it would be. A little bigger. Alright. Dude, that lion is huge. Look at that thing. Oh my goodness, that thing's almost like up here. Bro, lions are huge, dude. What in the world? It's like, it's so weird because, oh my god, look at that thing. Dude, that thing is crazy, bro. That thing's like freaking as tall as him. It's like up here. But I do want to put a little verse up in here, so I'm going to maybe make it about that tall. The other thing is, you know, people shouldn't be afraid to use reference, but the big one, I think, is using the proportion. And then when you learn how to do the figure drawing, you can in some sense, you could just morph references together. If you just know how things are constructed. The construction is the most important part, right? Let's do a line of action. I have drawn lines in the past, it's just I haven't drawn enough lines to the point where I can do them from memorization like I can with a figure. I feel like that just does not work out. I totally just messed this entire drawing up. I should have pushed it back in the background. And that's the other thing about these pencils, I can't really erase this. Darn. Maybe I can erase it, but it's going to be hard to. Animals are my downfall right up in here, man. See, I can't erase it. That's kind of the one thing about using these pencils is it's just like, I like using the ones where I can't erase it, but it's also, this is now the problem of when I can't erase it. Could do it a different color, yeah. You know, screw it, we're just gonna draw a bike. Oh, fudge, man. I just rushed it too much. And that's the problem when you start rushing things. That's okay. I think I'm just gonna keep it simple. We'll just do a bike. We're changing the plot now. Oh my goodness. A bike is... See, I can draw bikes, I just have trouble drawing animals. Animals are hard, I'm gonna be really honest. I need, like, legit, like, I was, like, just trying to, like, wing it. And I'm like, you know what? I should have just gathered a bunch of reference before I did that. And that is where I messed up. Wow. Peaceful music. You like the lion? I don't like the lion. I just, there's just some that I just know that I'm just gonna get frustrated with. I'm gonna just stop while I'm ahead so I don't get frustrated. That's just how I am. Now I have been doing the same angle for this bike, but I don't even care. I'm just drawing anything at this point. We're just drawing. See, now this one I don't need reference. I can just, you know, just have fun, and maybe I'm gonna have to do some like studies on like lions and stuff like that. Okay, let's see if we can draw this. Now this is the cool thing about like getting into like drawing and getting into the Bible studies and then getting into the bike riding, is we can just morph it all into you know, something which is, I think, is really interesting. And I think it's a little harder for me to do that if I were like doing a video game stream, right? Like how could I morph like a video game in terms of like doing a bike ride? I don't know, right? It's like, I don't know, that's what I'm thinking at the moment, but I think this is bigger than 20 inches, honestly. It is. And I've been rushing this way too much. Oh well. We're just having fun. It's not like this is like completely serious. We're just trying to have some fun. There's actually that Bob Ross quote. What's that Bob Ross quote? Like, failure is... He says something about failure. I forgot what it was. What he said. It was like, if you're not failing, you're not... man, I forgot what it was. Bob Ross does have something like that. There was a BMX bike at Goodwill for $35. Oh, gnarly. Yeah, sometimes people like throw out like good bikes actually. I mean, generally, I could go through how I try and draw the bikes. Generally, how I've been drawing BMX bikes is in terms of like how I learned it was that I would look at the shin bone, which I kind of messed up right here because this is actually the bottom of his knee right there. It should have actually been a little bit smaller, but I'll take this measurement of this leg with these lines right here, you know, think about a circle, and then generally like BMX bikes are about 3 wheels big. So if I can kind of understand it's 3 wheels big, and also kind of thrown into perspective a little bit, and kind of just build the bike on top of it. Yeah, just for the tires. That'd be cool. Yeah, sometimes it's just good to just like experiment with like parts. And the cool thing about I think the other big strength about the BMX bike is that you can throw it in a car and it'll fit in a car very easily. Dude, this is hilarious. We have I've actually drawn some like this as previously, but this is a Shepherd BMX rider. Like, he is out there in the fields, man. Like, he's like, it's not just like he's just shepherding a flock. He's literally like trying to shepherd people out there, man. He out there in the streets, man. Let's put like a straight cable on this one. Which one's the back? I think this is the back brake. Yeah, this is the back brake. I always like just drawing bikes. I mean, I guess maybe I could just do the line in the background, honestly. Get the front brake cable. Put the leaves on here just like that. I mean, maybe I could like do the line in the back, honestly. Oh, screw it. Maybe that might actually get. Oh, wait. Would that make sense? I feel like I can maybe just put a random like lion head right there. Put them in action. Action poses are hard. Now that's the other thing about action poses. I'm definitely that's actually kind of my weak points. If you kind of noticed a lot of the characters I do, I kind of just do like these still characters, you know? Definitely a weakness of mine. I think it's because I don't really like plan out my drawings that much. I kind of just like, you can't tell, I kind of just do a general like layout and then I'll just build everything out of it, around it. I always like just doing the floating Bible too. It's like, it's just such a good way to just throw it in there, you know? Just very simply. I mean, I just like, it's just so easy to draw, you know? And it's just such an easy way to just kind of like promote God. And you're like, okay, well, how can we promote God in this? Well, you could put a little Bible right here, just a little floating Bible. Now, actually, I did get a critique from somebody. They said, because I used to put like the cross on the back and not on the front, and then and then someone said that, I was like, oh man, I didn't think about that really, because I would just like put the cross right there. But then somebody was just like, well, why are you putting the cross right there? Isn't that the back of the book? Like, aren't crosses generally in the front of the book? And I was like, huh, you actually make a good point. And then I always like just doing the floating book. This is like the iconic thing I like just doing. The floating book into the seat of faith. Just always just fun to... Do-do-do, do-do-do. Guy's running 2 peg in the front. He's running a straight cable too. I guess we'll just draw like a random floating lion head. Actually, maybe not. Maybe not. Why did I do that lion in the back? I guess I'll just put a Bible verse right there. Sorry, lion. I totally messed up the lion, Jeebus. I feel, oh well. See, that's the thing. That's how these drawings go, man. Sometimes, you know, you just can't, nothing's perfect, you know. It's kind of like you get to see the mistake and... Put a little, like he patched his, like, cloak up or something. Makes me think of Dali's Madonna. I actually don't think I've probably seen that painting. I just haven't, it's not coming to mind at the moment. What we could do is maybe we, instead of doing a lion, maybe we could do like a squirrel on the shoulder or something. Something like small. Mm-hmm. Do, 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 do. Like maybe like a something right here. Oop. Let's make sure I got that edge right there. Little fat squirrel. Oh, I think squirrels might be one of my favorite animals. Man, I'm multiple towns. Though I get burnt out of the drawing a lot. That's the problem. I was actually on a roll when I actually got hurt. I was doing a lot of drawing streams, but the thing is, I just got totally burnt out of doing these drawings. That it's just brutal. But I was actually on a roll. Like I was actually doing a bunch of drawing. I mean, I have them with me right now, but like we were on a roll doing them. You had a squirrel in college, huh? Gosh, that squirrel looks weird. Man, it's kind of weird drawing standing up because normally I'm like used to like drawing with like moving this around a lot. That's probably why it's messing me up. I'm drawing like all sorts of stuff, moving around. I've been like totally stationary. Let's cover. That's a big squirrel, man. What in the world? Did I start with Stickman? I actually started with, yeah, in some sense I kind of did start with Stickman. If you go on my art Instagram and if you scroll all the way to the bottom, you can kind of see where I started. I experimented a lot with drawing. Let's look at some Bible verses and this. I think we might do Matthew 13:24. I'm gonna write this one. Oops. Put another parable for them, saying the kingdom of heaven may be compared to a man who's a good seed in his field. Little seed, maybe he's shooting seeds into the field. Okay, let's see here. And I need to get a piece of paper because I'm going to smear all this. How do you start at drawing and how to improve? Honestly, how I was taught is that you draw basically everything that you think looks cool. And the thing is you want to build up your visual vocabulary, right? Just as our vocabulary with words is, we have a vocabulary with words, we also have a visual vocabulary. And in order to build this visual vocabulary up, you have to study things. And I honestly studied Bridgman's drawing because of Frank Frazetta. Frank Frazetta studied, there was this artist named Frank Frazetta, and he studied Bridgman. And so I studied Bridgman as well because I was very influenced by Frazetta. He put another variable before them. Saying the kingdom of heaven may compared to a man who sowed good seed in his field. That's Matthew 13:24. Sorry, I haven't been looking at the chat. Let me finish this. Okay, let's see. Let me look at the chat. Oh, can you draw Arthur from RDR2? What is RDR2? I actually don't know what that. RDR2. Fortunately, I don't know what that is. Oh wait, is that Red Dead Redemption 2? I'm gonna be real, I've actually never played that game. I've seen some of my friends play that game, but I personally have not played that game. I know what I could do right here. We could do like a how would I do that? Oh yeah, we could do like a oh, that's what we could do. We could do a little perspective drawing right here. 4 hours and 10 minutes in. Oh well. I kind of want to ink it out, but we might just leave it as this drawing. I need to just get warmed up again. We're starting to get warmed up again. I'm gonna put a little Easter egg right here. How do I make that little? Oh, goodness, the pencil bag got dropped. Oh yeah, bye. Put a little Easter egg right here, I guess. Like a little Easter egg of cultivation. Can't even tell what that is, honestly, or well. Darn, that thing looks weird. The shepherd's girl. Honestly, I wish I could grow a beard. If I could grow a gnarly beard, I would. And like armor. I don't know if like he's wearing like armor or just. How do I indicate that that's armor? I mean, I guess we could put like a little bit of like chainmail. I don't know. He's got like kind of like a homeless like armored out kind of look. That's kind of what I've been digging lately, trying to like kind of get that homeless vibe, you know? Like homeless, but like he's like kind of like a noble homeless man. That's just gnarly. He just lives anywhere. Like, how crazy would it be if your pastor was just homeless? Dude, how crazy would it be if you had a pastor that was just like, all right, I'm going to sell everything I have. I'm just going to live out on the streets. That would be amazing, dude. I mean, in some cases, is that kind of what the Lord Jesus Christ did? Like, yeah, his deltoid's definitely, he's definitely got the V-taper going down. I'm just trying to acknowledge God in all my ways, man. We're gonna mix the Lord into the BMX, into the drawing, into everything, dude. Just like Proverbs 3, was it 3, 5 through 6? I think that's what it is. Acknowledge God in all your ways and He will direct your paths, or something like that. It's like really funkified up in there. Straight up, man, my dude Daniel and his father, they like gave up everything and just like, it's gnarly, huh? I kind of felt like that when I was living out in my car in Long Beach. It was really crazy, man. I honestly miss it. It was such a mysterious time in my life. Honestly, that's kind of how I started learning how to draw like this was out there. If I hadn't have went on that weird journey, I would have never learned how to draw like this. Oops. Cultivation Shepherd. Like this, I guess I kind of like messed that up. Man, it's kind of hard. I can't like get the whole thing on here. Oh, there we go. Like this whole thing doesn't almost fit on here. Oh well. I kind of don't. It's like hard. It's gonna be hard to like take a picture of that. I guess I'll put a signature right up in here. Oh, I don't like that signature at all. I don't like that signature at all. I'm gonna redo that. Man, it's actually weird. I'm drawing like straight up, because normally like when I'm sitting down, you know, I'm like moving the paper around. Like it's really weird actually just drawing like totally just like straight. better. Let's see if we get a good thumbnail now. Maybe we could do it like that. Have the BMX clip right here. Moved from San Diego to Orange County, was homeless preaching for, wow, interesting. Now, do you remember whose staff started budding? I started drawing these stabs with like it growing things. Cultivating growth. I love that name, dude. I know some people have some negative connotations to the word cult, but if you look at the word cult, there is so much lore behind that word, man. And actually stems from cultivation. If you look at the Latin root word of the word cult, it actually means to grow. Now, the whole ironic thing about it is, you know, when people use that word cult, what's actually the whole ironic thing about it is that the Romans and the Jewish leaders at the time used to call the very early Christians a cult because it was growing in the empire. And I just can't, it's just so ironic to me. I'm like, wow, that's so funny. But also, like, the word cult goes into like cultivation, agriculture, you know, horticulture, you know, even difficult, even the word culture, you know, culture stems from the word cult. Like, it's actually very funny. There's a lot of lore behind it. Now, I guess the whole thing is there are bad cults and there are good cults, right? I guess depending on how you look at it. Grow where you were planted, yeah. Got a little field up in here. Anyway, everybody, and generally this is when I would ink it out, but if I were to ink it out, it'd probably be another 2 hours, and this is when I get really frustrated, is when I start inking it out. But we actually did used to do this on the streams. I used to literally do one drawings in one sitting and then just ink the entire thing out. And actually, I forgot segment right here. Forgot a pedal over here. And this hand's a little janky. Anyway, everybody. Now, see, the thing is I kind of, man, lately I've been kind of wanting to, like, if I get the Ethernet cable, all I need to do is literally go to Walmart, get the Ethernet cable, and I can play WoW on my computer. The thing is, well, stream WoW. I can play WoW already, I just can't stream WoW. But the thing is that, I'm almost kind of, like, landlocking myself. I feel like I shouldn't get the Ethernet cable because I feel like if I start playing WoW or video games and stuff, it's going to make me not want to draw. And the thing is if I landlock myself right now and just not get the Ethernet cable, it's literally forcing me to draw. I mean, I guess not forcing me to draw, but so I'm like really telling myself, don't get the Ethernet cable, don't get the Ethernet cable, because I feel like I'll be more productive drawing. Looks great. Got a Bible memorization dude who would love this. I mean, I guess that's the other thing is it's not specifically like I looked at this verse and I was like, okay, I'm going to draw this, right? Generally what I'll do is I'll draw a character, and then like you can literally like add in, right? Like you can add in this or this and then just add in a verse, right? Because I mean, like the bike really doesn't like go in with all this stuff, but that's the cool thing about God's word is that you can kind of just add a little thing, you know. You could literally, I bet you could draw a character that doesn't even look like anything has to do with it. You draw a floating Bible and a little seed right there, and you can just put that verse up in there. Jamie, what tips would you give me on moving out from my parents' house for the first time? I would look up Elijah Long, honestly. He would probably give you better tips than I ever could. When I moved out, I basically just lived in my car. Actually, no, the first time I worked at Woodward, but they provided me with house and board at Woodward, so yeah, look up Elijah Long. I'm actually going to type his name in the chat. Elisha Long. If you type that name in on YouTube, he's actually Elijah Long. It sounds kind of crazy, but Elijah Long is actually one of the big influencers of me getting to start making these videos, because he has an early video where he was just like, man, I'm just gonna make videos every single day. I don't care if I mess up. I don't care if people think I'm stupid, if they think I'm just crazy. He was just like, I'm just gonna just make these videos. And then like he did that, and he did like 1,000 of them, dude. And it's so interesting seeing the level of kind of like speechcraft that he started learning. But he has some videos on that about moving out and stuff like that. He has a lot of stuff about a lot of topics. Now, I don't agree with Elijah Long on everything. And he has changed his stances. That's the other weird thing. If you look up Elijah Long, he actually changed his stances a lot on like since his first video, right? But I think he has a lot of good golden gems and golden nuggets of great wisdom and encouragement. He's also a believer. And I honestly wish I could do it like he does, because instead of me, because you know how I just do these Bible studies and stuff like that, he's able to not really do a Bible study, but he's able to just talk and then just bring up a verse. And I think that is a great skill to have. And I'm kind of bad at that. Because it's kind of easy for me to just do a Bible study, but what he's doing, it seems a little more challenging, or actually a lot more challenging. Anyway, guys, let me see if I could have like a thumbnail where I have like the pencil. There we go. That will be the thumbnail for the day. Anyway, everybody, I hope you guys have a good one. Remember to just try your best and have fun, and honestly, if we give glory to the Lord, that's, I guess, what matters most, right? So even if we mess up and stuff, God is glorified in our weaknesses, right? And when we are weak, then we are strong. And yeah, let's just keep going. Let's keep leveling up. Peace out, everybody. I hope you guys have a good one. I'm out of here. Peace out, guys. This concludes the awkward episode of these Bible study devotional BMX drawing streams. Adios, everybody. Adios. Farewell.